about people who are seeing, say, 1/3 to 1/4 of the big picture, knowing that the guy behind them that is supposed to know everything that is going on doesn't. Even if they get a guy, even if they didn't have that full paralysis, the guy that is going to have to come in to replace these people is not going to know what's going on. So if you think about what you would want to do in the run-up to launching a generalized offensive against a major enemy subunit, one of the last things on your list is, if you can, kill everybody at the division level and above. And Ukraine just did it.
Yeah, and let me add one more variable, and maybe pause to take questions from some of the listeners with their hands up on this section of Kherson, to sort of cover some things that maybe I didn't ask there, or Portland, that you'd like to speak to. But complicating that potential, not knowing what's going on, or not knowing if there's people above you that can sort of handle the situation. So what do these lower units feel? We can't get into their head, right? But we can also assume it does not help things if those lower units not only learn of that, but if simultaneous to that, they learn of, and there was an ammo depot in Kherson reportedly hit too, but if you also learned that major ammo depots were being hit, and those were staged on your side of the river, on your side of the Dnipro, you might start to worry. You might start to worry tonight that things aren't going in your favor. And not only might you not be effective, but there might be an information run on the bank, so to speak, in terms of some of the chaos that introduces. And I'm sure some of the Ukrainians are capitalizing on some smaller or key positions in some key lines where some Russian troops are just looking to their left and to the right, and they're saying, well, I just heard this is gone, and they might not want to be the last company holding the line when they're not sure that anybody else is holding it. Even if they're holding, they're not sure that everyone else is holding their portion, and so that starts sort of an information run. Could I pause there and ask Portland that question, and then we'll open up to others?
I missed a large part of what you said there. You dropped out for the middle, third of what you just asked.
No, just talking about, so knowing that your divisional structure was wiped out and your chief of staff for the army, but to add on to that, to know that 2 more ammo dumps on your side of the Dnipro River also just went boom, you might be questioning whether or not, if you're a Russian soldier right now, whether or not your command and your unit has it together and is equipped to stay on that side of the river. You might be asking yourself tonight, what sorts of ammunition do you have or don't have, even if it's not in your company, right? And so I just sort of ask, that complicating factor of the ammo dumps seems like it could be precipitous.
So you've got an additional complicating factor on top, which is which specific ammo dump. Because we'll get onto this in more detail in a little bit. But the ammo dump that was hit was the storage dump for Russia's long-range air defenses for this area. So you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, so wait, I have no top cover. The people who know where my artillery support is coming from are all dead. The people who know how to get ammunition to me are all dead. The people who know where my left and right adjoining units and who is responsible for reinforcing me if I get pushed from the front, they're all dead. My air defenses have 1 reload at most, if that. And, I have no idea if I'm even going to have food in 3 days. Because the thing is that, yeah, the thing that burns and gets everybody's attention is the ammunition. That's fine. You think they have separate ammo dumps for their food? I don't think so.
Okay, so let me just, I've been asking some questions of Portland, so let me just pause. Dr. Francis and then Liberal.
Hey guys, wow, we got some good fireworks tonight. That was a real treat. As soon as that clock strikes HIMARS, I think my pulse quickens a bit. I can just imagine how satisfying it must be for Ukrainians that are operating those systems after all of these hard years of fighting to have these magic systems now where they can basically press a button and a bunch of Russian commanders get immolated on the other end. But anyway, I have just a short question, and then I'll make way for Liberal. So it seems like Russia is having a hell of a hard time with their air defense trying to interdict these HIMARS strikes. Was that something, is that unexpected, or is there something intrinsic about the system that it makes it difficult to defend against?
I was expecting the Russians to do better than they have, but I knew that they would be having a hard time. I didn't think it would be this hard, but I knew that it would be difficult, because if you think about the complexities of compiling a comprehensive air picture where you've got, say, between 6 and 12 high-speed missile tracks coming in, they're coming in at a very steep angle. These things fall from really very high. So their apparent speed relative to the ground is not that high for the highest part of their arc. So you really got some complications from an air defense point of view, not so much with shooting them down, but in seeing them before it is too late to shoot them down. Once again, we're getting into the problems of pulse Doppler radars actually being a little bit too good in some ways. I figured initially, my estimate was that Ukraine would need to plan on having roughly a third across the board of all of their HIMARS launches intercepted by Russian integrated air defenses. To this day, we haven't seen any evidence of a single successful interception.
Now, Portland, I'll add my own complicating factor here. There was some open source mentioning, I think it was a tongue-in-cheek piece or actually an official release that from the Ukrainians that said they were repurposing 40 or 50-year-old perceived obsolete Soviet hardware, and it makes a great complement for the HIMARS systems. And the reason I say that, so it ended there. I don't think this is letting anything out of the bag because it clearly would be known. They wouldn't have mentioned that. But it seems like going along with that, there's been reports that attached onto it that seems to imply that whatever the radars are dealing with for incoming, that the sequencing the Ukrainians are using with Grad rockets, with HIMARS, with Caesars, and or with Tochkas, that they've found a combination or sequence of events that really seems to increase their success rate. And that was mentioned directly in that sort of piece that mentioned that Ukrainians repurposing, finding great use in the Grad, the Smerch rockets. What would you say to that? If there was some sort of, even if we don't have to mention the sequence or whatever, what would you say to that if that was likely for increasing the success rate of the HIMARS and the recent Tochka strikes, which seem to be more successful as of late?
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense to me. I knew that they were really complicating the Russian air defense picture with the combination of Tochka-U and HIMARS. You really have to you have to arrange your air defenses radically different for these two systems. Tochka is a very big missile that comes in on a relatively flat trajectory going really fast. Like it's something like a Mach 5.3 missile in the terminal phase. Where HIMARS is a slow burning rocket motor with an extremely high apogee that never actually gets to be going that fast until you're in sort of the last 10,000 meters of your terminal dive. So the way you arrange your air defense assets and the complicating factors. Okay, so the way you even configure your moving target indicator for one missile versus the other renders it useless for the opposing missile. So, I mean, that's a very serious problem for the Russians to solve. You know, Godspeed, and I'm glad it's their problem, not mine. I don't think that they're gonna come up with much, to be honest, because every counter that I can think of that would tend to mitigate the usefulness of HIMARS would render them more vulnerable to Tochka, and everything that they could do that would mitigate the usefulness of Tochka would make them more vulnerable to HIMARS. It's a bit of a difficult situation for them to be in.
And that's, you know, again, that's only accounting perhaps, say, for the increase in efficiency, you know, targeting efficiency of maybe the lap from 80% to something closer to, you know, 99%, et cetera. So even if they were to deal with that, they're still looking at something that is still going to hit, would it be roughly 80% of the time with the HIMARS? I forget what was quoted out there in the literature.
I mean, basically from the evidence that I have in front of me, I haven't seen any evidence of a single failed HIMARS strike.
Thanks, Portland. Okay, we're pulling Dr. Paul up. Liberal, I know you've been waiting. Go ahead, Liberal, and then we'll go to John, and then Dr. Paul.
Thanks, Gurney. I have a question for the poet, Portland. People always see the violent side of explosions and associate you with that, but you do have a sensitive side, and you also are capable of poetry. So I have a question for you, sir. Kherson, do you see, with the advent of the HIMARS, the reshaping of the battlefield by the Ukrainian forces? And given that, do you have, if you can put on your conjecture tinfoil hat, do you have an opinion of when we may see a counteroffensive in Kherson?
I honestly, at this stage, I expect it inside the next...
Inside the next what, Portland?
If you figured out that you've got an enemy that is willing to play this dumb, that they would put these 5 people in the same room and at the same time in artillery striking range from you, you don't want to kill those people until you're ready to move.
So sorry, you said inside of a week or inside of a day or what?
Oh, under 2 weeks.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry, I thought you cut out because you said I would expect it inside of, and then like we didn't hear what you said. So I just wanted to make sure we got it. Thank you, Gurney. Back to you.
Well, no, I was just going to add, so maybe highlight this, Portland, or ask you to expand upon that statement. So when you say you'd like this to happen closer to when you move, and even if I think I know this, but is that because you don't want them to reestablish command and control and exercise and delegate authority, and basically in 2 weeks' time or 3 weeks' time or a month from now, the damage you caused today will eventually, you may not get back to 100% of what you were before with the lost institutional knowledge and what you knew, but they will get back to a command structure that is exercising command and control versus, you know, night zero of that attack. There's the lowest amount of command and control you're going to have due to the strike itself. Could you just elaborate on that or repeat that?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. But I can make this real simple for the listeners. I'm going to ask you, Gurney, have you ever been in a fist fight?
Well, I usually try to avoid them because that's the best way to do it. But I've still gotten in a few scuffles, unfortunately.
Okay. Do you want to fight a drunk person or an unconscious person? If you have to pick,
man, you're giving me the moral quandary here. I know the answer. Are you going to get me to say the answer out loud?
Go on, say the answer out loud.
Well, there's risk involved in both of those, right? But there's much less, even though the drunk guy is less risky.
Take the moral. Okay, we're
the unconscious guy. You're gonna attack the unconscious guy because of the risk.
Okay. Exactly. So even an incompetent commander still exercises much more command authority and is more capable of making more joined up decisions than no commander at all. If you've got 22,000 Russian soldiers and you can take those from being a single coherent unit under an inept commander and make them 22,000 individuals who have just become profoundly aware of their own mortality, that's the option that you want to go for. So, if you are in a fight with someone, think about your priorities. What are you going to do first? Well, step one, if you can, is blind them. Step two is cut them off from resources that they need to prosecute the fight, i.e. air. So you're going to choke them. Step three, if they are blind and they can't breathe, you're going to hit them in the head until they fall down. Okay?
Well, now that you say that, it makes it much more clear, because I thought you were assuming I walked up to the fight and the guy was unconscious, but now I get it. I thought there was a sort of Nick from your unit might have made a few unconscious people in his time and just and just set them up to a fight anyways. No, I'm jesting.
Taking the moral question out of this entirely, because war is fundamentally a moral business. If I have the choice between fighting an incompetently led unit and a completely unled unit, I want to fight the unled unit.
Yeah, that was a nice way to say that. But I'm still remembering Nick, and I'm still going to watch out for pool cues and unconscious persons from Nick, because he's waiting for me in the barracks to just sort of whack my head over the corner. So I'm on to you, Portland, and I know Nick's watching. Okay, let's go to, let's see, was it John and then Dr. Paul? I forgot the order, gentlemen.
Dr. Paul, you can go ahead. There were two things I wanted to mention. I forgot what one of them is, so Dr. Paul, please go ahead.
All right, thanks, John. Two questions, and I'm going to separate them. So I'm going to start with one and then go to the next, because they're not necessarily related. But, Portland, you might have covered this already, but did you come up with a tonnage of ammunition that has been at the Kakhovka hit tonight? Would you surmise that it's a division-level ammo depot or a brigade? Then I'll follow up with my second question after.
So we're going to get into what we know and how we know it about that particular hit next, but the preview is you're looking at something roughly equivalent to at least 150 tons of TNT. So this is basically an entire army group's worth of S-400 missiles.
That's awesome. Thanks. Okay, and then the other question is, I seem to remember, in the run-up before HIMARS, actually got into Ukraine, that they were an expensive asset, an expensive resource for the Ukrainians to use. Is that accurate? Is my memory correct in thinking that? Because if not, then I have something to say after that. But is that what the general consensus was, that these are expensive and not really cost-effective on a wide scale?
Oh, that's not true. As far as precision-guided weapons go, these are not particularly expensive. Something like $105,000 to $115,000 a throw. The real expense is is in the expertise and knowledge of the crew and the machinery of the launchers themselves and the reloader transloaders. So you don't want to put them in a situation where you might lose them, because they are difficult to replace and they are really vital. But in terms of like cost per shot, no, they're not really very expensive at all.
I totally agree, Portland, and that's why I brought it up, because like I actually finally got a good estimate on cost, and you just basically read it verbatim of what I was thinking. And given that, I mean, seriously, the amount of we're going to see a lot more rockets coming, because just for 2,000 rockets will cost about $200 million only, and that I definitely would anticipate that we're going to see high volume HIMARS rocket strikes, even on potentially frontline troops, major troop concentrations after they get through these like high value targets. What are your thoughts on that? To me, it's very cost effective. There's not a piece of kit in the Russian inventory that's, at least of armored inventory or otherwise, that's less than $100,000. So, on a cost effectiveness basis, there's no reason why we wouldn't be seeing such strikes in the future.
Well, the fact is that we're already seeing them somewhat, not totally, not even to a large extent, but we are already seeing a deprioritization of these division level assets. So it's already happening. It's going down exactly the way you predicted it would.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
And just to add on there, Portland, not only the cost per rocket, it seems very low for the system, for the precision gained, and then magnified by the amount, the return on investment for not only the priority of the targeting, but the precision of the targeting, and the order of targeting. They're really reaping so much more than even the cost of the round. Even if the cost of the round, as you say, is phenomenally cheaper than other precision systems. I'm just going to take it a step further and also go to the vehicle component. The vehicle component is relatively simple. Now, I'm not going to pretend it's cheap at whatever million a pop it is, or 2 million a pop. But in terms of vehicles as they go, it's basically a very common Western type truck frame, and most of the magic happens in the actual pods themselves. I don't know how they containerize parts of the electronic components, but as far as things go for simplicity, you're also getting a lot of bang for your buck should an actual HIMARS chassis go down or need repair, relative to, say, a $35 million airframe. I know they're not equals here, right? Their capabilities are not equals, but I'm just talking about in terms of the simplicity. If we're talking about lower cost rockets and lower cost chassis, they're just extracting some of the most maximum value you can out of something like that. And some of those reasons, clearly the U.S. and the Western have gone with air superiority. So these things, might have sat as a back burner, so to speak, in our arsenal, right? Nobody's seeking a land war only in Europe under these circumstances with limited air engagements. So it might have been an afterthought, or as a small component of a Western force. But clearly, you're seeing it under completely different or unique circumstances, and just I think it sort of shines for the cost basis per round. Because even if you were to compare that round to some of the air-to-air missiles, again, the capability just not the same. They can't cover hundreds of kilometers and be on station for different targets. But when it comes to the missile cost, for at least in this world, everything being land-based happening right in Ukraine, most everything of relevance, it's just phenomenally cheap for the return on investment that it's getting.
And can I just follow up real quick, Ernie? I actually was looking at the cost of various Russian tanks sometime in the last week, kind of assessing this for myself. I mean, to my knowledge, it's at least $1 million per tank. And in that, on that basis alone, there's no reason why they shouldn't be just targeting eventually at some point that, wherever they can identify a cluster of tanks because I believe each HIMARS should probably take out at least 2 to 3 at once with the Gimlers. But it's very cost effective. I was stunned on how cost effective it is once I did the math. Channeling Portland there, I was doing some math. But yeah, to me, these are just, I mean, extraordinary effective. And they do provide a lot of the capability to some degree of that air power that's missing there, and that's, I mean, even more bang for your buck there to be able to provide that long range strategic precision strikes. So I'll leave it there.
Well, yeah, well, Dr. Paul, two things. Just a gentle push on this one, and maybe CJ had mentioned this. Russia has a lot of tanks, and so I don't know. I'm not saying it doesn't seem like a good idea. You know, if it's $100,000 versus $1 million, there's a differential there, right? That seems to make sense. But I think you're going to run up into a limiting factor being the total capacity of the total production capacity of those missiles and the stockpiles that we can give them. So if the Russians if you're trying to take out another, 1,500 vehicles, and let's say it took 1, 2, or 3 rockets to do that. I mean, there's another assumption here that's targeting, but let me get to that for a second. It's probably not going to be. It's not that it's not economical. They're going for high priority targets because that doesn't constrain the missile supply. If you gave them if your stockpile was the ability to give 5,000 of these, that's great. But if you took 5,000 and just used it on a tank, you're sort of you're robbing Paul to pay Peter, sort of. And I think you come up against that constraint for total missile supply, which, while is more than adequate for the situation of high value targets, is probably not is adequate to do that many strikes on vehicles, just because the Russians have so many to replace. But the second piece that I was going to add, CJ can maybe speak to this. I don't know for a moving target. I don't know, and maybe Portland could speak to this. They're hitting static targets with known intelligence and known coordinates, so they're really playing to the sweet spot of the system capability. That is something that cannot evade it. So if a vehicle is in motion, I can't speak to it. Maybe Portland can or CJ. Not only getting a targeting solution, meaning a real-time targeting solution, would be harder than getting in near real-time intelligence and knowing a known coordinate and giving it to the missile. That's what they've been doing. It might be difficult to get. I don't know if these are compatible with lasing solutions or other real-time targeting solutions. So that may be another factor in terms of even if there were enough missile supply, why this may not be used for that. Might be used more for the cluster munition to take out, say, a column of tanks that's known in this vicinity, and then they'll use a cluster munition off the rocket, as opposed to a precision strike, 1 rocket per tank or 2 rockets, with more of a cluster effect. But Portland, did you want to add anything on there?
I was just going to say real quick, Gertie, CJ did say that they cannot hit moving targets. I believe that question's been asked, and I was just going to say real quick before Portland hops in, and I'm not advocating that they should go out and strike every tank. What I'm saying, I guess, is, for any potential offensive, if there's a sticky part in the line that they need to bust through, maybe that's a advantageous asset to use against that point, maybe. But you're absolutely right. There is supply constraints. However, I don't know what the supplies are, and I'm going to look at the defense budget for the United States and kind of see how much has been given, because then you can back calculate potentially based on dollars how many total rockets are potentially included there, if that's level of detail is in there. But yeah, I was, just to be clear, I was advocating that we go out and target 2,000 tanks, just to say that it is cost effective and to be used against almost anything. So I think that was my only point. Thanks.
I think CJ might have gotten on here earlier, or maybe a day ago, that they're probably going to be crucial in a counteroffensive if they're used with the cluster munitions to suppress enemy columns, and whether it's enemy personnel or enemy units and armor, right? But less from a precision strike capability, less from a deep strike capability, less from a precision known coordinate, and more for area fire and cluster munitions. Portland?
I think you guys covered it.
Okay, all right. Well, we're getting some questions. Let's do that transition then. Since Dr. Paul asked about Nova Kakhovka, let's just, without further ado, just go into it and talk about maybe what it looks like we were looking at Portland, if you want to give the rundown on that, and then maybe ask the rest of the questions for the people that came up here.
Oh, I've kind of been hogging the spotlight a little bit. Should we let John handle this next bit?
If he stays stable, John, go ahead.
I had my hand up. I had a series of follow-ups regarding the strike against the command center. But if we want to move directly to the depot explosion, we can do so.
Go ahead, John. Ask your questions.
Why don't we go through the hands that we have here, but take no new hands on the subject of the command post? So I'm running out of interesting things to say.
Good idea for me.
My follow-up, the main thing was going to be in regards to using the Tochka-Uz and the HIMARS in coordination with one another to confuse Russian air defenses. Gurney had briefly referenced using Grads. Given the range implications here, would launching Smerch at the same time as HIMARS potentially be effective in confusing Russian air defense assets?
Yeah, I think it probably would be. I think that would probably be more advantageous than using Grad specifically, because that's really constraining your range much too much. But you're adding a third factor that has to be planned around, and the more different mutually insoluble problems you can force the Russians to deal with simultaneously, the better.
Yeah, that was my main follow-up on that. I also wanted to briefly point out a little bit of breaking news. Strikes currently ongoing against Kiyivka. There was about a local Ukrainian resident tweeted out about 20 minutes ago that about 5 HIMARS, presumably in 31s, landed about 100 meters from his house. It apparently dead center of some Russian grouping in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well. The reports are saying that they hit another command post, which is fantastic.
And then I had another question for you that's related to the ammo depot, so let's launch into that. I actually have to hop off in like 10 minutes, so try and move through this a little bit quicker on my end. So your Portland, you probably have a somewhat better understanding of the events than I do. They struck a very, very large ammunition depot. I believe it was just north of Novakhovka. Correct me on that, Portland.
Yeah, just north of Novakhovka. It looks like it was sort of about halfway between Novakhovka and Shilova Balka.
Understood. So the Ukrainians originally reported that 200 Smerch 300 millimeter rockets were being stored there, along with at least 50 fuel trucks. So fun time. Leave it to the Russians to store their gasoline or diesel in the exact same place they store their rockets and associated rocket warheads. So good on them. And predictably massive explosion. The Russians claimed in about the hour following the strike, like 5 Russian state media outlets came out and offered 5 completely different explanations. Most amusing one was they were claiming it was potassium nitrate explosion, which I doubt for a number of reasons, as someone that has lit potassium nitrate on fire. So yeah.
Oh John, the ATF is going to come after you. No, it was done in the chemistry class. It was all good, folks. He's a rocketry student. John, tell us what that looks like to light potassium nitrate or something. Explain to us. I've never seen that before.
So it depends. So if you let's say if you just have like a campfire, some other generic flame source, if you toss some potassium nitrate in there, you'll get a purplish flame. That being said, that isn't always the case if it's pre-mixed with certain fuels, like in my case, pre-mixed with sorbitol, which is a sugar and acts as a fuel. there's no purple. It's just kind of like orange, and very black and sooty as well. So it does kind of depend. That being said, I did not see any purple in that cloud of combustion products, and in any case, it was at night, so doing color analysis would be very tricky, also because of the ongoing fire, but doesn't really seem to look like a potassium nitrate explosion. And given the size of it, I tend to believe the smirch explanation and the fuel trucks.
Thank you, John. With that, we'll go to Hans. I'm not 100% sure on the order, but we'll start with Konstantin. Konstantin, go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I was a bit. I wanted to add one small thing to the HIMARS discussion, but it's too late, I think, and I'll pass to whoever is next. Sorry.
No worries, Konstantin. It's fine. Next, we'll do Liberal, Dr. Brain Gunther. Liberal, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Joseph. I have a question for Portland. He's still there. Portland, it was reported that Lithuania transferred M113 Bradley fighting vehicles and M1A2 tanks to Ukraine. Are we seeing the West go balls to the wall? Like, let's get this fucking war done? Do you have any opinion on that?
So I haven't seen those reports yet. If they are confirmed by a credible source, that would be a very, very significant development. And I'm interested, considering that would tend to confirm some of my predictions from last week.
I'm going to DM you. I'm going to DM you the link, and you can determine for yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I may ask one thing. Did you say M113s, and what was another piece of equipment? Liberal.
Konstantin, that was me. Yeah, it was reported by TRXPXA. I don't know how to pronounce that. And there was a video shot of a train reportedly coming from Poland into Ukraine with these vehicles being donated. So that was what I was speaking.
So yeah, I think I know. What was the vehicle? So M113s, and what else was there?
Bradley fighting vehicles and M1A2 Abrams tanks.
Oh, I think I can add to this. Then I think I understand which train it was. They all were painted in tan, right? And there was one cart that was like a passenger cart in front of it. If I'm not wrong, that was actually the program to exchange those vehicles were intended for Poland, not for Ukraine. So it was like more of exchange program.
Okay, so it was backfilling Poland for their weapons contributions to Ukraine.
Yeah, it wasn't vehicles moving to Ukraine. The post was very confusing, and I spent a lot of I spent some time trying to decipher it and understand the roots and why. The post sounded it's like this equipment is moving towards Ukraine from Poland, and in the end it turned out that this is equipment that is moving in Poland, not to Ukraine, but like towards the border, because there are military bases. It was not moving into Ukraine, and it's not equipment designated to cross the border.
Thank you, Konstantin. I was, hopeful that it was an accurate report, but that makes sense.
So this actually is significant anyway, because what Poland has been doing is that they have been donating their PT-17 Twardies to Ukraine in exchange for backfill of Western standard gear from other NATO partners. So if this is a shipment that is going to free up those twaddies, more twaddies in fact, that's still very important, because the twaddy is head and shoulders better than anything the Russians have. And that's probably, in the grand scheme of things, more useful than a relatively small number of Bradleys and Abrams.
Yeah, we call it horse trading.
Okay, well, I think someone said Poland, and I think Nikolai came up here. Nikolai, did you want to add to that?
Yep. Hello, everyone. Probably those Abrams you saw, it was Abrams, because Poland have right now ordered 250 M1A2. The last version, I don't remember exactly what its name, but it was one.
Step 3.
Yes, it was 1 year ago, so it was before the war had started or restarted. So that's, you know, the right now they're training for this order, but we still hope that there will be chance to receive some more used tanks, and probably, if that would be possible, so that means if you will get, you know, 250, 300 used older versions tanks, so probably we could rid of all ex-Polish T-72s or PT-91 Hardy in hard. So we will see. But right now, this training, it was about this order from the last year. So that's how it looks like right now.
Thank you, Mikolaj. With that, we will go to Gunther. Gunther, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My question is about the effectiveness against HIMARS against S-300s and S-400s, and if it's actually true that they can't defeat them and they have to move those systems out of HIMARS range. What does that mean? What kind of possibilities open up for the Ukrainians if they have to move their S-400s and S-300s back?
Portland?
So the first thing that it means is that Ukraine can then operate in close air support roles over the front lines. So the S-300, S-400 have monstrously long range, but in order to be operated at those kinds of long ranges, you need to cue the launcher onto a target by an off-board targeting asset like an airborne early warning radar. If we are now looking at a situation where they can't be positioned close enough to the front to actually cover nearby units with their own radars, then basically they go from being 300-kilometer range missiles to roughly 20 to 25-kilometer range missiles, because they just can't see any targets that are further away than that. And Ukraine can impose a huge amount of additional burden on the Russians, in that their integrated air defense system then only works when they have airborne early warning radars up. these missile systems are intended to be operated quite remote from one another. So if you think about it additionally, if you've got two surface-to-air missile sites that you know don't have the benefit of an airborne early warning radar and are therefore limited in their range by the curvature of the Earth, and you can see where they are because they're radiating, and they have to be radiating because they don't have off-board sensors to allow them to operate in a listening mode, pardon me, then all you need to do is find the fold in the terrain or the hill that you need to fly under in order to actually bypass those defenses entirely. So it becomes quite practical that Ukraine could start using its aircraft in a much more aggressive, much deeper behind the lines kind of a role than they currently are able to do.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
One thing here that I wanted to add about the S-300, S-400, those systems were never designed to intercept anything like HIMARS. Not even HIMARS, they were never designed to intercept anything like MLRS systems in general. Those are MLRS systems such as HIMARS, except when HIMARS is firing LIVECAMS, but that's not MLRS. That's not a multiple rocket system. It's just one. So it's not designed to intercept those systems, and it's virtually there are no systems that can do that. On the books, on the paper, Tor and multiple S-300s, maybe if you add to that Panzer systems can do that, but on practice, you can check out how that works on Snake Island. There is nothing that can intercept multiple barrages that that come in that is as cheap as MLRS systems. Because first of all, you can launch them, gimlers, how they call them. It's an expensive system, but if you launch, for example, not gimlers, you launch something cheaper. You launch Smerch that can work just as with the same distance. The S-300 will have same problem intercepting it, and those rockets are cheap, so intercepting them is pretty hard. S-300 or S-400 systems, they have tubes of 4 to 6, maybe 8 launchers, and the battery may have up to 16, and reloading them takes loads of time. So if you have enough batteries that are cheap batteries that fire in cheap rockets, they will overwhelm these systems just like without absolutely any problem. So trying to build a system that can intercept everything, every missile is hell of a deal. That's what Israel tried to do, to intercept the Grad missiles, to intercept every projectile that flies from the Gaza Strip towards the Israel, and they did that successfully. But each shot for them cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and having enough of those is even for them is not feasible. So it works for them only as long as there are not, it's not a war. It's just some guerrillas that got those systems firing, couple of them. As soon as they will have 3 batteries riding around and fighting the barrages endlessly, those systems will be overwhelmed. So it makes no sense essentially in the long term, not even in the long term, unless strategically and tactically to even try to intercept them. The other tactics to do that would be like to try to disperse and make the use of the systems like that less effective. That's the only thing, and make sure that they don't know where to shoot. Those are the mitigations that they can use, but they're thankfully not smart enough to do that.
Thank you, Konstantin. And we'll go to John. John has a quick question, and then he's going to go to bed. So go ahead, John.
Thank you, Joseph. I was just going to say briefly in regards to the video that was being discussed with the brothers and the Abrams. The source on that was Truha. It's a Russian language Ukrainian news source. Be very wary with them. They're extremely hit and miss. If you follow Ukrainian social media on Twitter to any extent, you might pick up on that. There is many a complaint to be had about them, as I understand it. So be careful with them. Take everything they say with not everything, but take, unless they're quoting in detail a more reliable source, take what they say with a little bit of salt. Just a heads up.
Any comments on that, Portland or Gurney?
Oh, that's
no.
that's your awareness, which is completely wrong.
Konstantin, would you agree that Truha as a source should be taken with some salt?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I missed the first part.
The Ukraine, it's a Russian language Ukrainian like news source, Truha, I believe that's how it's pronounced.
That's Belarusian source. That's not. That's a Belarusian channel. Belarus, sorry, not Belarusian. Belarus channel that does it, and it's an important one, but it's not definitely not one of the key sources at the moment. At the start, they had pretty good coverage because they had multiple channels, but not right now. I think right now the importance of sorry, it's not Belarus. It's Russian. Yeah, I thought you were talking about Nechta. That's different one. I'm really sorry. I misunderstood that. But for Truha, it's pretty large news source, but it's mostly based on open source and people sending pictures, and if you see something, you report it. But that's it has a problem that when the fighting was going on in the fields, there is not that much open source working. So that's when they started fading away, and that's when more people who have internal connections with the military, and can ask and get actual information. That's when they started losing their audience. But Truha is a really important channel, and it's there. And if you're looking for something open source, it's usually ends up over there as one of the first sources. I'm not sure that I answered right this, but that's my opinion.
Any follow-up there, John?
No, thank you very much, Konstantin. Appreciate the clarification. I'd seen a number of Ukrainians on Twitter complaining about its accuracy on various occasions, so I just wanted to ask you about it.
Yeah, it's Truha is just it's like you can imagine yellow pages. That you see something with the hot topic and you make a big heading and you post it. So that's how they work. So what they don't really care about credibility. They don't really care about real reporting, but sometimes they get real like first-hand news. So you can make out of it whatever. Like you have to think for yourself. It's just an aggregate of open source messages that is in Ukraine. So you just have to be really careful with that.
So we have Boris joining us, and getting a lot of people are saying, "Oh, I miss Boris," so I'm going to let Boris speak up real quick. Go ahead, Boris.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, somehow I lost this group. Maybe I was upset with something. I disconnect from it, and I forgot about it. Then I recalled it, and wow, you're still here, and it's very good actually. Happy you're still here. So you're talking now about, by the way, about Russian speaking media, and I don't know if you discussed a very interesting phenomenon when a lot of young uh, voices from Echo of Moscow and other Moscow-based stations moved to Baltic republics, moved to Germany, moved to Italy after the war start, and they actually started own very successful YouTube channels. And I'm listening to some of those, many of those, and such personalities like Blushchev, like Mike Nucky, and others. They actually have they became more free after moving out of Moscow. They were always kind of liberal, Russians, very liberal, but they were limited because of authoritarian regime. But now it is totalitarian and basically Nazis regime in Moscow. So they moved out, of course, because, for example, Michael Naki, one of those young voices of Moscow, he got criminal case against him opened. And what is interesting, I have actually two questions. If anyone beside me listening to those voices now, because they are super successful now, by the way, it's Russian-speaking voices, so maybe asking Konstantin. And one of most successful voices from Moscow now living in Baltic republics in Lithuania, Michael Naki, he has this, he became not promoter, but proponent of separation of Russia to different national republics openly now, because first of all, he has already a criminal case against him because of different issue with Putin. And now he absolutely free in Baltic republics. He says, he actually said it just yesterday or today even. He said, I don't see reason why Russia has to remain one state. And he is very, very smart thinker, by the way. He has many reasons to say that. So Konstantin or whoever who can listen in Russian, did you hear about those guys?
Boris, real quick here, we'll get to those questions for Konstantin there for the people on the panel. We're very happy to have you back here. Two questions. I know you have liked and followed the Walter Report. Just double check there if anyone else, please share and retweet the space. But Boris, to you specifically, so we can get you back in the group here. Maybe the mute button might be on for Walter Report because you've got it followed. But I don't know if that plays into anything for the space if you're not able to see us. But please check that because we'd like to have you see. I mean, clearly we're here 24/7, but we'd like to be top and present on your mind. So while you're doing that, I'll just send it right back to you and those questions you're going to ask Konstantin and others.
So I don't know those people, and it's for me since probably 2004 or 8. I've stopped listening, to smart bloggers that know that they're doing, and try to explain you what is happening. What I like about Walter Report and this specific, I would say, I don't know how to call it, maybe a playground or, discussion platform, that would be the best, is that everyone is allowed to speak and you can, express your thoughts, express your experience, express what you make of the situation. But that's like probably the only space that I can listen to, because when you start listening to the bloggers, to the experts that express their opinion, it's just usually some nonsense. Even if those are, you know, pro-Ukrainians, for me it usually ends up like someone trying to understand what is his audience, and then he tries to build the what he's saying around of it, and it breaks, you know, the entire idea of getting information from someone. So you don't understand that either you're getting information or you're just listening to someone who tries to adjust his channel to what you want to listen to. So I'm not, I honestly, I don't listen to bloggers, I don't listen to so-called experts. There are people, you know, some journalists that I respect and who I listen to, but usually, you know, those are really rare occasions that you can trust. So I have not heard of those people who are talking about. And to be honest, from what you've said, and it's my bias right now and prejudice probably, but it did sound like those are, you know, just someone who I would not trust. But once again, that's how I said I have this prejudice and I have this bias against against such things. Sorry, that's just my personal stuff. It's not like, I'm not saying people should all follow this. This is just my personal stuff, and this is why I respect the Walter Report in this space.
Yeah, they have 1 million views. Every video has about 1 million views. And they, again, young free thinkers. They are not biased. They are not even experts. I mean, Plushev he's expert in IT a little bit, but they just mainly free thinkers. They're very smart guys and very attractive voices in Russian, of course. So yeah, they're just how to call this, entertaining, but with a very kind of free-thinking head. And they're not even pro-Ukrainian. They, of course, they feel guilty toward Ukraine because they are from Moscow, and they don't even expect Ukrainians to forgive them just by default because they are Russians. Even they are always against war, and they are persecuted by Russian regime. Yeah, interesting phenomenon. Interesting. I think it has some future in it. It's a new development also in podcasting, in YouTube. They are very smart in that. And actually, you can call them, but it will cost you 3 euros. If you want to ask questions them, it costs at least 3 euros. Some people give them 10 euros, 50 euros just to ask questions.
Thank you, Boris. Anyone can ask a question on the Walter Report, please just send 3 euros to Maria Aid. All right, guys? Thank you. And maybe Slava has some follow-up there, and then we'll get to the other hands. Slava, go ahead.
Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Героям слава. Boris. So disappointing. Boris, when I started to heard you first time on this space, Walter Report, I was curious because I was not sure about you, but now I still try now discovering how I hear you. So you started to hear for you. You sound for you Ukrainians like Russian propagandist. I'm sorry, but you exactly sounds like we had yesterday Maria, and about the good Russians who escape in Russia, right? They are so great. They are so wonderful. They escape in Russia. Short words for you. You can escape Russia. Russia never escape you.
It's true. So, it's true. You're free to. You're free. Don't like me. It's okay. It's okay. No one likes me.
Boris, no, I'm not about you. And it's not about you that I don't like you. I don't really care about you. But when you're saying that you're Ukrainian, and when I hear this, it is completely disappointing. I don't really. You just sounds like a Russian propagandist. I'm sorry, but it's what you're saying. Good Russian. You millions of subscribers. We had this Ovsyannik or millions. This is millions of minions. You should know that all this YouTubers, its accounts is just it's all fake. Okay, they popular, maybe they in Ukraine, no one listens them. No one have interest to watch them. It's all bullshit. And when you're promoting this good Russian, they always gonna be Russian, Russians, and they never gonna change. So when you promoting this Russian great Russians, they never gonna be great Russians. They already poisoned with this Russian mind, so they never gonna change. Thank you.
I'm just asking your question. I'm not saying they're good. I'm saying they're interesting and they're talented for sure.
Okay, but they give nothing valuable to the world. You should understand. Entertaining, maybe yes, but they complete no value to anyone. They just making money, and you helping them make money. But in this way,
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt. Just to add to this, I don't know. To add just to challenge. I mean, Boris, why would you even bring them up? That just it makes no sense to talk about them. Just random Russians that are having their channel trying to speak for something. Why the hell would we care about them?
Random, I mean, not random.
No. You said what you've said that they don't care much about Ukraine. They're not pro-Ukrainian. They're not pro-Russian. They just speak about some things that have no relationship. That those were your words. So I'm just trying to understand why is it a promotion or what's and now it turns out that they take money for if you want to.
No. First of all, they want Putin to die today, now. They repeat it every 5 minutes. They hate Putin openly, and they did it. Yeah. No. They are honest guys. But anyway, it's a phenomenon. I'm just saying. You started speaking about Nechta, about Truha. I'm saying you that just another outlet which is probably not less popular than those you mentioned.
Well, thanks, guys. It's certainly a spirited discussion. I'd probably lean towards Konstantin and Slava. I would be cautious of any, young, trendy Russian YouTubers. I'm sure they have things to say. I'm sure that they're not all of them are, culturally contaminated by, Russian imperialism, but it's always hard to tell with these types of things. And, it's like anything else on the internet. They put a nice little package around it, and you're not getting the full story. But as Barry said, it is a somewhat interesting phenomenon, right? Russia's certainly attempting to use these YouTube influencers as soft power. They're not these specific ones Barry's is talking about, but they're attempting to, in the YouTube sphere, cultivate influencers in various countries and various areas. And there's also maybe this other aspect of it in terms of these arguably independent influencers, for lack of a better term. But anyway, spirited discussion. We appreciate it. Always appreciate the Ukrainian voices coming on and explaining their perspective on it. So thanks, guys. And with that, we'll go to Dr. Paul. Dr. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, so after that major distraction, I wanted to circle back to what we were discussing before about the HIMARS and their capacity and their the volume and in munitions that are potentially in storage. But overall, I found something very interesting from the chief financial officer of the Department of Defense. Apparently, the United States spent 1.1 billion in 2021 on GMLRS alone, $1 billion in 2022, and then forecast to spend 812 million for 2023. That equates to about 11,000 rockets for 2021, about 10,000 for 2022, and about 8,000 for 2023. Now, what's very interesting is the new rockets that are being manufactured are of a different propellant that will give even more range. I think this is an important point because that means the U.S. is probably more willing to deplete the existing stores as they build up capacity, stores of the longer range GMLRS moving forward. All that just to say, I could easily see roughly 2,000 plus rockets, individual rockets. So you divide that by 6 for each pod of the HIMARS systems. That's 300 to 400 potential systems I would see at a minimum. That's like assuming only a 10% of the total of the last 3 years that the United States would be willing to give Ukraine. So Portland stepped down, but if John's still around or anybody else who wants to comment on that, great. If not, I'll go ahead and step down because looks like the discussion's going towards something totally not really worth discussing.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Yeah, we'll try to get Portland back up. We do appreciate it. It's the first time I've heard actual numbers about rockets or missiles or whatever they are. Missiles, I think they're missiles. No, they don't have guidances. I don't know. Rockets. Yeah, they got to be rockets because there's an R. Anyway, it's the first time I've heard how many total rockets they have. So in the U.S. inventory. So thank you for that information. Maybe we can get Portland back up. With that, we'll go to Liberal. Liberal, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Joseph. Yeah, I agree with Dr. Paul. I think we were derailed to some point, but I had a question. Maybe, well, it looks like Portland dropped off, so I'll go to Constantine. Constantine, can you tell us, as a serviceman, as a soldier, what it's like to be on the receiving end of a HIMARS? I know you can't literally tell us that, but imagine being a Russian soldier at an ammo depot and knowing that the HIMARS are out there and it's just a matter of time. It has to be terrifying.
I can tell you, I have not been under HIMARS or anything like that, but I can tell you when you were being shot at by a 5.45 bullets in the just AK-47, that's scary as hell. And when you understand that even in the rear, even at the furthest points, you can be targeted. It must be quite demoralizing, considering the fact that you don't know what you're doing here. It's not your land, it's not your country. You're the invader. You're 1,000 or even like at some point I think you can say tens of 1,000 miles away from home if you're from Khabarovsk or somewhere else. It's literally 10,000 kilometers away from home, and it's no fun. You want to go back to your wife. You want to go back to your children. You don't want to be here, and you understand that every moment you're close to anything that is important, like ammunition, to the train, to logistics, to the trucks, you're the target. And there are drones. There is NATO satellites flying over you, and you don't have control over that. You cannot shut them down. You cannot shoot at them, with your AK-74 or anything like that.
Crash warning.
Yeah, it's just it's demoralizing, and they're playing. They're just. I think they have maybe a couple of months, maybe 3-6 months of going. Otherwise, it's just going to collapse. They will not have people who want to continue the war. They will have 50,000, maybe 100 of people who are ready to do this. But the war's going to end for them. But that's it. That's just my personal opinion.
Thanks, Constantine. We just had a crash warning. The space may crash, listeners.
Thank you, Liberal. Yeah, that's right. We've been running pretty long. The space starts getting unstable. You guys saw John coming up and down every 10 seconds. That's probably one reason why. So probably have a crash here pretty soon, or a scheduled restart. I know Doman, whenever he gets on, he's always like, we got to restart the server, guys. So he'll probably be the one that finally promotes it. But anyway, so actually, Slava and Constantine, I was wondering if you guys could maybe speak a
Ой, не знал, уял.